Let's get started, shall we? We didn't actually pick up the next quest, so we're gonna have to start there. No time like the present, as they say. Hey, Lavos, how's it going? Not what, Tiggy. Just Tiggy. What comes later. Hitting the books. Kryl is intent on uncovering the reason behind the forum's inexplicable behavior. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. Ooh. Fish. Ooh. Fish. Why is Fish so quiet? Why is Fish so quiet? I don't know. Oh. Might just be the game is loud. Interesting. This is one of those moments where I get really, like, concerned about the volume mixing. And I'm like, what's going on with my volume mixing? Thank you for the redeem, though. As mentioned before, however, the question of the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring the Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Hey, Aurora with cheese. Ooh, what's this? Ilbun Wiggle. Which would be great if I was playing a Viera, but I'm not. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now I have a band of willing reinforcements. The search should proceed all the swifter. Let's reconvene outside the Numenon, shall we? Exit directions. We know how to get there. I've been thinking I should probably go with a lighter green. It's snowing. So how's everybody this Sunday afternoon? I realized that I actually did make an error on the schedule, so we're probably going to be using this 2 o'clock time slot going forward on Sundays, which is actually good because it brings it into line with my Tuesday and Wednesday streams also being at 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern. Works better, at least for me. Is actually only an entrance, one of many that for the archives of the Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like roots of a tree. The vast great halls of the great Google Library pale in comparison to the Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlian is free to enter and peruse the shells, well, most of its shells. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. So already there's a restricted section. I've dispatched Justola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlian history and foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once we found some promising tomes. Happy reading! Great. I'm back to school. I don't know, I see what? 1, 2, 3, 4 additional levels? Not the vast subterranean matrix I was led to believe. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunkrempf, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of the men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on the island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior and therefore served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born of strength of mind rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came beautiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Am I still audible? Just checking. There are a few books that are not relevant. Voice of a growing city. In the years that followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided by the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, this format became increasingly impractical. The number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from among the peers by means of a nationwide vote. Democracy. Thus was the form as we know it today conceived and created. Insert the meme of Palpatine. I love democracy. The story of Sharlayan. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a resident man named Yunkrempf. Junkrimpf was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the land. Hey, Cat! Nice to hear from you. How's it going, stranger? So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to the horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Junkrimpf's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached and threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Junkrimpf wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abelathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Junkrimpf gathered his crew together and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship intent on returning to the northern seas. It's actually still there. It's in Alameda. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlotte. Which is where we're at now. I am alive. Work's been hell. 3 10-hour days in a row. Jeez, I'm so sorry. When do you get released from hell? First day off is tomorrow and Friday, and it's my Friday at least. So you get like a couple of days off? Like maybe Monday, Tuesday or something? Story is going on without me. Ooh. Thank you, Lavas. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Krell should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned final days specifically. So we have... So we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. 2 days, yeah. Okay, so Monday and Tuesday. Cool. We'll have to do something. Yeah, I'd like to spend a little time with you too. You know, if you're free. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read, a ready supply of hot tea. I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about little pleasures, is it? You miss home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of our family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live in the city? Ah, well, my situation is somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos. Ah, he's at Corvosi. The coastal region opposite to the island of Thavner. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in subjugated tribes of Makote to serve as laborers. And of course the massive earthquake of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? Yep. For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of the local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Emoenus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, nobles of the House Darnus. As in Nail Van Darnus. House Darmus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan eye, I was given custody. Friends in the students of Baldessian who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisois, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity? There's a new one on me. We outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. 'Tis exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books. More company should be arriving any moment now. We've returned with our selections, although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Krile has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. That's fair. All of us were there. My thanks. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all matter of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing the powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have something substantial to analyze. Hello, Rainbow Snow. How's it going? To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ystola surmises the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there else aught of note which heralded the approach of the final days? They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes, the Amaratines spoke of it, didn't we? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by that ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarat was spared. It going good, nervous, and excited as it's the first night I'm sleeping in the dorm I moved in today. Ah, yes. Ah, being back in college. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom must have been a quite distinctive and probably loud sound. I'd have to speak with one of the Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which makes mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What action did they take? They summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elidibus serving as its heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up further sacrifices to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives spouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that they would allow them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vana and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for your detailed review. I feel more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. Uppies? I don't know. Are you cute? Yes, you are. Let's see. Bloop. Let's see. Can I need to resize this thing? Problem is, it doesn't give me a way to easily grab it from the corners to resize it. Let's see. I do this last time? I forget. I think I actually stuck it on first. Now can I resize it? Oh!
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
Okay, hang on a second.
Space!
This looks ridiculous. One second. I still haven't written a script to do this. It's not toggleable? No, it's actually not letting me toggle it. That's the thing. I can drag and drop it in, but then it doesn't let me sit there and resize it. Create new item scene. We're gonna call this snow. Okay. Yeah, I didn't have time to work on that today. All my homies love escaping to that one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism in space. All my homies love it. Okay, let's select that. Included items. Bloop. Let me drag and drop. Okay. Okay. See, I can drop it in. And I just need a way to resize it. It's way too big. Double clicking locks it in place. Ah, I remember now. Mouse wheel, and then we go boop. And then lock it in place. Now, we go create new item scene. There we go. We're gonna call this Reggae. Save. There we go. I now have it set as a scene that I can do that again. Also, I may have made a diary. Want me to send a pic of the opening picture? Sure! I'd love that. Nice. Hell yeah! And hi, Sam. I hope you're home. I hope you're doing well. I don't know what your current status is. I found a picture online and I drew it in there. Hell yeah. Nice. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Talafra truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with all those towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primal as some kind of a catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor? But this is all conjecture at this stage. Let's return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but it's time we begin studying these research papers. And the lady of the hour. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I won't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections in the Garen Oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, the tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would have been left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet, when confronted Master Fortuneau with knowledge of the Talafra and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they mention the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I mean, honestly, I don't think we're going to gain a damn thing from the books. I think we need to actually go and explore, but that's me. You labor for what feels like an age at Y'shtola's as Y'shtola's research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject? Then it was time well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you get some rest. We might be occupied with this research for some time. Ready for a tea break? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify. I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand? Come meet me near the outside tables. I'll treat you to a coffee. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's Beavis. Where's Butthead? I'm not really very knowledgeable of Pokemon characters. That's more of a Lavos or Catanbos department than me. Oh, it was a joke. Okay. I'm autistic, I don't know. I usually can't tell. I don't know. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested in what hear the average citizen has to say about the Tlaferoi. We might even learn something. And they won't really talk to you. They immediately see that it's Alizé Levier, and they're like, no, we're not talking to you. Mostly because of her dad. Welcome. What can I do for you today? What? Is that Mistress Alizé? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. This is Diggin, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studium. Well, that seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino set sail for Eosia that never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? No. It's complicated. I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Fortuneau may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has answers. Aww, thank you. Thank you, Bargatti. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak to me. I wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, and none the wiser. We just finished prepping a few new orders. Strike up some friendly conversation when you're sitting down in the food, and you might just get to the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? I think you should get out of sight, Alizé. How was day? I got my exercise in, I did a phone call with some friends, and I need to fix my scheduling for this particular Sunday, Final Fantasy XIV, going forward to a new start time. I'm not entirely surprised that I made an error in the timing, because, you know, that tends to happen when I'm starting a new event. It's pretty common. I think it's kind of autistic of me to expect everything to go perfectly on the first try, and to be fair, this is the second time I've run this, so make do with what I've got, you know? That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. place the correct dish on the first customer's table. Hemmenjart gets the tea set. Oh my, tea set. Lovely, thank you. Telefa, who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'll happily talk your ear off. So, in other words, we have a somewhat autistic society. Alright, next up on the list, we have an omelet. Ah, finally! 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. Hey, no being hard on yourself. Scheduling stuff is always a challenge. Yeah, it really is. That is absolutely true. I wish I could get, like, actual people to pay me to do schedule management. But, you know, I tend to find people don't want to pay people to do scheduling. Managing a schedule. What, the Talafre? I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Alright. Now we have a cat boy who gets a lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. That's why professional event planners make good money, yeah. Final days, first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. Really? Well, you don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sort, travel the world procuring items we haven't got here in Charlian, priceless books, live specimens, so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. If those Talafre make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities may be lost forever. Who else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting in loads from the docks all day. I've never seen it so hectic before, not like this. That's a clue. I seem to be unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Nicken had nothing to offer. He's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job in ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, the cup of coffee I promised. Let's go enjoy our drink somewhere else. Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and the wagging tongues.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go ahead back to the new and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Yeah. The quest is called A Labyrinthine Descent. I don't feel like walking the whole way back this time. Welcome back. Been for a walk and cleared your head? I mean, it was dark when I was last here talking to you, Miss Baldessian, and now it's daylight. What do you think? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from the institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden increase in Gleaner traffic and cargo certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let's see what we can... Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information about the final days. Coupled with what Tigris and Alizé learned at the last stand, we can reasonably be sure that the Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophori is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's aid request. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it is a stretch to conclude the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. If we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. I understand not everyone's the studious type. Consider this a welcome change of pace, then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that all are returned. That would be a help. Thank you, Rahan. We'll show you where the entrance is. Why are you so slow? Faster. My legs are twice the length of yours. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. here now, yes, I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Everyone onto the lift, and let's go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
I think that's Aaronville.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh. Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get...
Something's up. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthus, you know, so sort and tidy up their inventory. Never seen an operation like this before. They just did one a few summers ago even, then with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know what the reason is. Could be the change in the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Let me think. The Rhea seed should be item 1058, Cumin seeds 1059, Snurvleberry 1060. Oh, were they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do this all at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for Garabonian carrots? What then? Yep, that's Aaronville. You here to help or give more headaches because you don't have the look of a gleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of mammoths running loose. Look at those marmots. Any luck? What tales do the gleaners tell you? As a gleaner stands there and listens. So this grand operation began without warning? And for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else? That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, I have an idea. She gets down to be short. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you help him capture them, they might be inclined to a more friendly and enlightening conversation. Which seems to be the way we operate around here. We help people out and then they tell us things. That seems to be our modus operandi. In the meantime, I will my charms on this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. He's still standing there. He's listening to you, dear. I can't do a very good Aaronville impression. We wish to help you find the marmots. I'm nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I welcome the assistance. My name is Aaronville, friend, specialist in collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no more mistaking these little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Be on your guard, there are beasts out there that wouldn't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west, the eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck! And since we're out of the city, time for a dyke on a bike. Now, if I recall, I need to go up the hill a bit. Grizzled mouse. In a sack you go. He scampers off. Of course he did. Have I ever mentioned I hate this zone? Sack. He gets away again. Go away, you're not the one I'm after. There you are. I sack you. More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. I have a mouse. Alright. I'm gonna need you boys to please get out of my way. If you decide to get violent, I will kill you. Bye. And that's a long way to the top. Okay. Our objective's the other way. I'm bad with directions. Just ask Cat. Squirming rat sack. Here, have your rat. There's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation. But it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity, the same officials that have had us working day and night. The honorable member of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are. Is this the gleaner you mentioned, the one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Krylo, students of Baldessian. These are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decision of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing these decisions put into action, we might fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try to gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls, other animals to capture, enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything? So, we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard so far. Also, we've discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contracted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophori made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I am inclined to trust their calendar of events as accurate. Altogether, it gives me the direct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned with so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were awaiting but the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? Seems likely, but let's not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more puzzle pieces we stand to find. That's what I was suggesting earlier. Look around. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there we can reach the lower... Kyle, what's wrong? I'm fine. The sudden descent left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. Allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way. Watch out for the trolls. This is the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Charlene's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. This structure, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. With those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Hi there, Bagatti. Well, we won't learn anything valuable out here. Let's go in. This is the anti-tower theme. That was a frog wizard. Just letting you know I'm in here drawing a rhino. Ah, very good. They just need to stop identifying as Republicans. Who is the stream guest, Tiggy? Hmm? We're here to peruse the vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian. Is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved with the organization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we better move along to another facility. This building has a lift that connects to the middle tier yet. Might we at least use that? Nope. Oh! That's not a guest. That's Rainbow Snow. They're regular. They're in the chat. That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after the restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it'll be too late. We're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step outside for a moment, shall we? I love bureaucracy. Students at Baldessian. I don't know. Do you hear somebody else talking that isn't me? We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I'd like to pursue this one further. But I doubt our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek to access another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that people in this area are involved with the restructuring in one way or another. If we ingratiate ourselves, it might allow us to accompany them in a lift. Let's ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Only the voices in my head. Oh god, that's a mood. Am I taking the lift? No, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon. Even though we found... Actually, I have no idea what we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal! Squeal! Honest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, not a chin. I've been down all day. Only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out to the gate, though, shouldering a large pack. Engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll head down after he's done with whatever he's doing. So, we're engaged in crimes. We're engaged in trespassing. We are gay and doing crimes. So, some gleaner or other. Wait, is that our bunny boy? Our trolley bunny boy. Oi! Hey, you're frightening away. What? No, you again. Don't mean to be rude, I'm in the middle of another task. There's a cloudkin I need to capture very close. Very close. You want some help? You want to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, it has a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. Green caw. The effects are short-lived. I'll lay in wait down by the riverbank. Be sure to hit the right one. Okay, green and caw. You. I've always been a good hunter.
A fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
I'm really good at shooting a bird.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
As I said, I can't do a very good Aaronville impression.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Hearsay, there say, no idea where say. Pretty much, Azure. Pretty much. Time for Dyke and a Pipe. This must be it, the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures honed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and continue, and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked the gear, I suggest we move on. Given the terrain ahead, I think it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again on the other end of the tunnel. Yes, splitting up, always a good plan. That was sarcasm, by the way. And here I am without a flashlight. Or a torch. And this is a mine shaft? Fuck it. Board. Oh, piss off. Oh, this is gonna spawn enemies, isn't it? Yep. Days off, you wankers. Start sharing some of this XP to a different class. Do I have any other classes geared up? There's a question. Apparently I do. Much better. You're gonna throw mobs at me. Something better at dealing with them. Board. Everyone seems to have made it through that incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. As promised, the tunnel has delivered us to the medial circuit. As I recall, this here is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumption holds that specimens are being collected in preparation for Great Migration, we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. See, this is why I don't like Labyrinthos. I find it boring. Oh, look! Our polygonal grapes. Ah, now I know where we are. This is Mariol Agronomics. Labyrinthus is a host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. It is in this facility which coordinates and oversees these efforts. These fruits of their research go to feed Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora, food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name. Only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabout, yet the workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the forum's plans or their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same. Board. Kyle, you're looking at plants. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? We went down the mine shaft. The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. These knives on my back are not for show. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has filled our orders list a mom long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples. Hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for new. Then came orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we'd already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. So they haven't told anybody. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one's a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow. Conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in southern Ilsabard. It boasts a remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid climate. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it to Locus Ammonis. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. It's the second time the Corvosi have been mentioned. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. More of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. God, it's hauling up the hill is a job and a half. Up the hill, you say? Let's go look. Giant whale? Stacked boxes. Seeds, saplings, lots of reports. Howdy. Huh. Strange flower. Never seen this before.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Can't say I've heard of it.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
I mean, I'm not arguing with you.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change color. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
And you never will.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
I wish we ran into him again later. That would be great. More Heavensward music.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Flower's pretty.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
Well, actually, you have. Just now, from me.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Yeah, that's our boy. It's our Turali bunny boy.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
He did say that,
Erenville
yes.
receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
What is going on with Cryo? Whoa, Lord. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving. We cannot let our quarry slip away. The full report, warts and all. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Alright, we're going over there. Fine. Tally-ho! Hold a moment. I have an idea. Memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logistican Beta, one of the Labyrinth's... one of Labyrinthos's climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper and lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Aaronville in a company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal the important issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we need to be undetected. Invisibility. Do it. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it'll wear off. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Aaronville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I'll refresh the enchantment. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would anything of note. Which reminds me, where the creatures hereabouts, in that form, you are essentially defenseless. Ribbit. Ribbit. Three toads and a mammoth. Don't mind us, we're just frogs in a volcano. An extinct volcano. Now, great. Well, I have a lot of HP, that's good. Go away. We're insufficiently towed.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, we've discovered a new piece to this puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlian has been called to action, and the Talafaroy's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is that they hope to fulfill, they deem it sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. What duty could warrant such direct involvement with the Forum and a commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing further. I think we should head back to Y'shtola and Kryl for the moment, see what they think of this. You found Aaronville, I trust? Yeah, he's a bunny. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something of import. Even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl and discuss how we want to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking on her? She's probably over by those flowers. Yes, up the hill, I seem to recall. Which means going around the corner and up the hill. Yep, she is still staring at the flowers.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
She?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you.
Mom.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked. But at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong! Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian, a group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
It's essentially being, like, taken into custody by the state. And being dragged before Congress.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuno, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Okay, this guy clearly understands what's going on.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote.
A whole lot of hands are not going up.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time.
Well, at least we've been allowed to stay in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duties of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the Ethereal Sea. We already know what they found. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught of more substance here in Charlian. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival come what may. Is Father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino? Alice? It is you! When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I am so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mom? Emiliance Levieux, at your service. And you fine people must be the signs of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mom, please, we don't want to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I'm well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best speaking terms at the moment, but I'm absolutely desperate to see my children again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. And the timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go home. We'll meet you back at the annex when you're ready. I'm not sure what... Tigress, what do you think? Why ask me? This is your family. Tigress? The Tigress Euphrates? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea. I insist you join us. Alright. But we must be quick about it, not for my benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. If you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Sure. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. The Levieurs. I apologize, my mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm glad, relieved even, to see her in high spirits. What say you, Tigress? Though it seems we shall have little time to enjoy it, will you accompany us home? The way I see it, I have no choice. I'm under orders from your mom. Fine, if we're going, let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into private chambers, thank you very much. Why not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you wouldn't bring yourself to throw away? Childhood toys? Never mind. The Levier estate is straight down the stairs. Let's go. are at last. Please, do come in. Well, at least we're no longer a cat inside a volcano. Although I'm not sure if this is any better.
Welcome home, my lady.
Okay, I'm creeped out. Jeez.
What? What are you gawping at?
Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. 'Tis clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. 'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
To be fair, they've also saved my ass on a few occasions.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Oh, you know I love it.
When you
Outfit
mentioned
Jane.
gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
Those two have not had an outfit
It's
change in some
perfect.
time.
Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
So that they aren't confused for one another again.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Alizé is a red mage, so hence her outfit is red.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Alizé has her own weapon. It was given to her by Urianger earlier. Alphino has no weapon.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Sage Nulets.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Unlike
I am
Cat's model,
told these
mine can
devices are
actually
quite
wink.
difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother.
A sage soul crystal.
I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
I like her.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Well, that was enlightening. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home we carry with us. These gifts help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let's return to the annex and rejoin our companions. And let this story move on. Okay, most fucking boring part done. I can only hope that that we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might one day return home with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to... Why did you pick that word? To the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. Yeah, did you tell everybody about that? I'm confident once we've heard your report from Thavnir, we'll all be equipped to plot our next move. Yes, we have some news there, actually. In the dark of the tower. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales?
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Rostela, and myself.
Okay, ignore the white mage in the room, sure.
The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodor by a considerable margin.
Aren't you forgetting someone? Says the white mage.
Of course not. As our most talented healer, we need you leading the van, fighting primals on the front lines.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Except for the ethereal sickness from using it. What an absolute unit of a player character. Oh, yes. Hey, how you doing? Good to hear from you. All right, that should put us at the Great Work. She is an absolute unit. I love that. All right. So, I'm vibing. Figured I'd drop in, see how you're doing. You know, vibing. We're about to hit the first major dungeon of this expansion. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a call out to our chat, first of all, for those that have characters on a North American data center and are able to guest onto Dynamis. I'll then raise a data center party finder with a code and see if anybody's interested in joining. That's the plan, anyway. Yes, it is about time we enter the Tower of Zot. Hey, Nabdeen. Our friend of Eorzea, we've been expecting you. You and yours will lead our mission to the tower, I'm told. That's the plan. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Board. Hey, at least we're not on a volcano anymore. No, we're going into a dungeon instead. Now the team's all here. I'm helping some friends level alts on my newest Aurora, whom I'm obsessed with, and will be playing her for a while. Lol. That's fine, Aurora Witch Cheese. Have fun. If this is the future of Aetherite travel, I think I'll stick to boats. I, no warning, however emphatic, could have prepared me for that. Well, even if I'm not able to help directly with the raid, here's something that'll hopefully help in another way. On account of which, we're a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. Woo! Well, why, thank you, Fade, for the subscription. With Prime. It's much appreciated. is very nice to have you here. If you go down to the About, there's actually a Discord link. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. Varshan, also known as Vitra. You must be... we should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Why yes, let's do... a big old heartfelt thank you for that. It's much appreciated. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your wording skills. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Oh, thanks. With these, we can go anywhere with... those with the blessing of light can go. Hi. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly of primals. Hey, it's not a competition, dude. In that case, they're all yours from now on. I'll take off. Bye! But I'm afraid I can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. God damn it, I wanted to retire. If everyone's amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Tiggs and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals, which... As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. Whatever. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Fafnir and the world, we must prevail. Wow, okay. No stress, I guess. No stress. The Tower of Zot, now accessible. Okay. Party Finder. Data Center. Let's recruit. Duty. Dungeon. Tower of Zot. Duty completion. Private party. Let's create a code. 1986. That code again, 1986. Alright, let's see if anybody's out there that wants to come and help. I think at this point I'm going to take a 15-minute break, see if anybody takes, and if nobody takes, we'll just do it in Duty Finder. 15-minute break. Be right back. Make sure to take care of yourselves. Okay. I hope everybody did some self-care. Okay. We're big on self-care here. All right. Been about 15 minutes. I'm going to end recruitment. Tower of Zot. Here's the part where we wait for some randos. Yeah, nothing you can move about it, unfortunately. Just Madu and just Dynamis things. The alternative, of course, is I go in with Trust, but then Callahan can't come along. Here we go. And then there was this bullshit. Look at those beastly masks. It's the Manutius come to life. From our tower. Not likely. Thunder going out. Bile. Blizzard. Bile. Thunder. I got clipped. First boss down. That was actually pretty clean, honestly. somebody on 14 is I have to mute the stream. captured by Barghati. Here. Hope you're enjoying. The Reaper clearly leveled. Statistically identical. To what I'm using. Same way you captured my heart. Aww, you deserve it. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Harbingers elect the Magus Sisters. Dark Knight, yeah. Because despite their little flub earlier, they made a really nice move there, which made up for it. Alright, what do we got? Healing Robes, Scholar Book, and the Orchestrion Roll. I also got some hands. Nice. Cutscene.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtar?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. There is something there, embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Effective.
And that should be the end of it.
Putting Nidhogg to good use. Okay, no problem.
What now?
You're in a large structure very high up that is now
My theory that the
decomposing.
tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Okay, congratulations.
Bully
Now
for
what?
you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
Prisoners below.
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Bully for you. How are we supposed to survive you being right, Urianje? Exactly, Sam.
What happened? Where are we?
Fafnir, from the looks of it. The large rock spire is a dead giveaway.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed.
It's what happens when you destabilize something made entirely of aether.
Hardly a scratch. But how?
Check on Graha. Oh, boy.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
They must have taken a lot out of him.
Sleepy kitty. Sleepy everybody. Wow.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Sleepy kitty.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
I suggest, taking them somewhere to rest?
They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Might need some porksies.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions!
Ah, the boy! The boy!
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
I recommend keeping them isolated until we can porksy them. Our Goral. Our big Goral. Our friend. Oh, the liberated prisoners are being transported to Radz Adhan for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. By the way, thank you, Sam, for the company. We're heading to the Megaduda. You and Estinian should go ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. Okay. We left Graha in the alchemist's care. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then, Estinian says. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. What do we get there? Some pants. Chest piece. I wasn't paying attention where I was going. Not sure it's my favorite outfit. The determination is superior and it has spell speed instead of piety. Fuck. Alright. Statistically superior to what I'm using. Again, it uses spell speed in place of piety. You are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions... Blah. Whatever. Everyone is so eager to give directions. Justinian is coming with us. Alright. The boy. The Azure Dragoon. Oh. Knights Templar in Itchguard. Formerly. Ah, Miss Tigris. I understand you are here for an audience with the Satrap. If you require directions, I should be glad to provide them. Recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars of the city's north. Most businesses are currently closed. The Aetherite is disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain and continue to the left. More steps, ascend, emerge on Sokka's path. Proceed through the large door on the right and you'll arrive... Ruveda Fibers. You'll find another sentry you can give further guidance. I actually know the way. Thanks. If anyone did maps during Stormblood, you'll recognize that door. You know exactly where that goes. They're just giving directions. I think that's actually the first Aetherite we've gotten. I should probably wander around to get some more. This is my first time actually getting to wander around the city. Previously, we just sort of teleported in and out. Okay, we're doing this conversation because it's funny. Ah, I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. What? What? Yes, we said you're tasty. Tasty, tasty. Beta fibers. They make silk there. Planning on wandering through and getting the rest of the Aetherites later, but we'll do those because they're on the way. Greetings and welcome to Megaduta. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we have been expecting you. I will show you to the audience chamber if you would please follow me. Schwank. Sleepy boy is up.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
God, it looks painful.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply.
That's the Heavensward theme.
You chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company.
Like, literally the distance from one planet in one star system to a different planet in a different star system. Literally talking about, in this case, expanse of light years.
He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope.
Midgardsormr, the father of all dragons. Yes, they are literally space dragons. They literally come from another planet across the cosmos. Midgardsormr is the father of all dragons because he literally came here with nothing but eggs on his back, and, well, all of Dragonkin came from him. Ooh, I made buffalo cauliflower wings. Nah, that sounds delicious.
He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Okay, that's actually kind of a big deal, because it was literally one expansion ago when we found out Hydalin's just a primal. Hydalin's the second primal. One of the most powerful, sure, but not a god. Just a being of power. No, it's not even a fair thing to call her a being of significant power, considering her power is greatly reduced these days.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment.
elder dragon wants to talk to you in private. That's interesting.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
I only wish he could be here with us now. He's kind of injured.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust, but alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
His heart. Moonbrita. Papalimo. Minfilia. Hansh.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end.
For context, for those who don't know, those are all people we lost. Lives that have been lost in this conflict. A conflict that we're hoping to bring an end to.
Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your
History
champion
of suddenly
overlord
collapsing.
with idle
Yes,
chatter.
yes you do. Oh. The echo is sometimes a burden.
Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Oh, I hope so. Whew. That's a heavy, heavy scene.
Okay.
So what were you and Vitra talking about? I'm not saying. Nothing. Well, very well. If you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. Probably get a few more of these all along the way. It'd be very depressing if I ended the stream on that downer note. So we're not going to end on a downer note. Let's see. Did I walk right by somebody I needed to talk to? I did. Okay, fine. Fine. Let's get the 8th right here. It's like, I appreciate their desire for, you know, making sure you don't get lost, but it's getting a little bit silly. Okay, jump here. Why are you two still just standing here? Five feet ahead, okay. It does feel just a bit hand-holdy. I love how bright and vivid the colors are. were last, of course, but we found the place. Main theme.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
I'm not sure I would exactly call the Baldessian Annex safe and secure, but okay, whatever.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nadana?
Nadana? You're awake?
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nadana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it. Look at that! Its color is completely changed. What do you have there? How unusual.
I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Our foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
We are now putting into lore limit breaking.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Much better as a palate cleanser.
It's good to be back. Our fruits of our labors are safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their meetings with Alliance leaders. Thancred suggested you should get some rest in the meantime. Oh no, you're making me self-care. Whatever will we do? Cutscene. Return to normal color. Sort of a dull gray.
Take heart and protect them well.
good! You're here! You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
I guess it was bedtime. But then our friends came in with a lot of to-go. Catboy has cheeseburger. He always wanted one. She takes the pickles out and puts them on Graha's plate.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
He's kind of an introvert.
To perfect his brooding stare?
Oh, hush.
Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
I mean, I don't think that'll help.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Okay, fine.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Probably takes a lot out of her.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
Yes, it was.
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh!
It's getting late. Shall we call it a night?
One last cup of tea, then. Dickon said this brew helps relax the mind before bed. And gave us some leaves for free.
So, what's the green color then? Oh, you.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame.
Gay.
I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
I don't know what to tell you, my dude. You're not my time.
Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
My dude, you literally slit your own throat last time. And you want a rematch?
wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Both of you need to go back to being dead. All right. Given it is bedtime game, I think it is time for a good self-care break. What do we got? You know what? We've got outing. Just thinking. We've got a couple of friends of the channel. I'm just trying to decide which one I think would be better. Tell me, chat. What interests you more? Enshrouded? Athena's playing Dragon Age Veilguard, but we raided Athena yesterday. Let's do something a little different. And I think Milk could probably use a little bit of company a little bit more than Faye. Let's do a little raid message. All right. Give some love to Malk. I suspect at this point that we're probably not going to be on the air tomorrow. So expect Tuesday for more slarping. I'm looking forward to it. Do take care of my friend and everybody. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, take care of the planet. And I'll see you on Tuesday. Have fun!